Marketing focuses on helping agency owners build and sustain a digital marketing agency with the goal of building a business for their families. Jamie was honored to be awarded as one of the top 10 SEO consultants in the USA, as well as being nominated for being one of the hottest growth in digital marketing space for 2020, again for being one of the top 10 SEO consultants in the USA, among other nominations. After Jamie's session, How to Sell Your Service and Add Value to Your Clients, he will join us for a live Q&A session immediately after the session video. Please post any questions and comments in the chat. Have fun.
Hi, my name is Jamie Hill. I am the CEO and Chief Bearded Guru here at Beard Marketing Solutions. Today, I'm actually going to talk to you guys about how to sell your services, as well as how to continue adding value to your clients, no matter what. And we're going to give you some tips on how to impress your clients. We're going to give you some tips on selling your service. And then we're going to give you some tips on continuing to add value during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as what's going to happen after COVID-19. So, selling your services. In the beginning of the year, this was a really bomb dropper that happened. We were informed that one of the worst pandemics were raging in the world. International borders were being closed, and more people were getting sick. And then as we went farther and farther into the year, even more harder restrictions got put down. Businesses started closing up their wallets, their pocketbooks, and just really were making a hard decision on if they were going to continue doing business or not. And if they were, what's going to happen? How is it going to continue contributing to the economy if it could barely afford to keep its doors open? So expenses were cut, manpower was laid off, put on leave, even unfortunately certain businesses closed down. This really hit our marketplace really hard because most of these companies were the same companies that we did business with and needed to stay in business. But now they were cutting services. They were really saying, you know what, we can't afford to continue doing what we're doing. So unfortunately, we're going to have to cut off digital marketing. We're going to have to shut our sites down. We're looking at different ways that we can cut our budget. And no longer was it a matter of just, should we keep you? It's how can we afford to keep you when we're letting go personnel? We were lucky enough, Beard Marketing was, to not lose any clients or lose very few clients. And in fact, we continued growing month over month. And here were some of the biggest reasons why, when we dealt with our prospects on why we were still able to bring them on over throughout 2020, and why I know that we'll be continuing to bring them on over 2021 and on. So one of the very first things that we approached was selling services instead of products, or selling products instead of services. Honestly, people are a harder sell these days. Services, products, doesn't really matter. They're even harder to sell as well. With the way that the finances are for a lot of business owners, they really have to justify it to themselves, as well as any potential partners, on why they should buy it. So what can you guys do to make the sale easier? Stand out from the crowd. So we leveraged one of the facts that we were a quirky business. Like, if you can't tell, our brand is built off of a beard. Now, granted, mine is much shorter than it used to be, but it used to be much longer. And because of COVID, I ended up cutting it and shaved down, and nobody should ever see that. And if you ever see any photos from that time frame, burn them. I'm trying to burn them all, but they're on the internet, so I need your guys' help with that. But we used our brand and we used our quirkiness to continue to stand out from the crowd. There is all kinds of marketing companies out there, media buyers, web design companies. But there are few at the time companies that leveraged their beard, leveraged their team's beards for the males, leveraged Beard Nation and the bearded family. So we stood out from the crowd. We differentiated what made us different from everyone else. And then we took that a step further. And then we started saying, okay, well, great. We've got a brand that's different. But what about our services are different? Why should they hire us? So thanks to a couple of key partners, we really started focusing in on different things that we could offer that was different from everybody else. Things that allowed business owners to justify added expenses because it took everything that they needed and bundled it together in one. Another big thing that we did this year is we did a ton of competitor analysis. We went through and took all of our top 100 competitors and did a full competitor analysis on it. So know your competition. Do your homework, research them out. Find out what their strengths, their weaknesses are, what avatars they're targeting, what their reviews say. I now know when I'm talking to a client or a lead prospect what their pain points are using companies like mine. So I can now say, I understand you had a problem. This is what we're going to do to rectify it and make sure that we don't give you the same problem. Don't bash your competition. Don't bash them. Don't tell them how wrong the business owner was for going with them. I am a big believer of winning on your merits, but I'm also a big believer of you need to know who you're going up against. So know your competition, do your homework, and research them out. This is probably one of the largest things I talk about. Is it the most important? Probably not, but it is super important. Getting specific, niching down with who you're going to work with. Are you going to be the marketing rock star to rock stars? Are you going to be the number one e-com ad business media buying solution out there? Are you going to be the Hollywood of websites for plastic surgeons? Niche down who you want to work with. Sometimes you may even need to sub-niche down. Medical industry, that's a large list. Maybe you need to sub those down. Figure out what in the medical industry you want to work with. Find out who you want to work with, who you love to work with. Be happy. Find your sweet spot. Find people like-minded of you. So be specific. On top of that, maybe look at cutting down what you offer. So this might be counterintuitive to making money, but sometimes you need to cut down services. So back in the day, Ford only produced the Model T. For years, that is all they built. They didn't do anything else, but they did it amazingly well. It made them one of the largest car companies in the world. Now, the son, Henry Ford Jr., when he came on, he started adding other lines and other products on. It allowed them to grow into the mammoth they are today. So start with one or two services, or cut services down that aren't profitable for you, that you don't enjoy doing. Get really good at what's profitable and what you enjoy doing, and then add more on. If that's JV partnering with people that do it, say you're a web designer and you partner with an SEO firm. Or is that hiring a freelancer? Is that using a fulfillment company? But be really, really good at what you offer. You can't offer it all because you can't be good at it all. So be really good at what you offer, all right? And carve out your own niche. This seems like a no-brainer, but know your customers. You know how many times I've talked to agency owners, and they don't know who their customers are. When I talk to them about an avatar, they don't have one. They've never created one. So create a customer avatar, a customer profile. Who are you trying to sell to? What do they want? What goals can you help them reach? What do you want them to think and feel? Who are they? Give them a name. Give them an age. Are they married? Are they single? Male, female, 20, 25. Build out your perfect customer in your head. Put it on paper. And then find leads like your perfect customer. Knowing that profile, knowing that customer avatar will really allow you to speak to them when you talk to them. They'll walk away feeling like you are talking directly to them because you know everything there is to know about them. Okay? Buyers first. Again, this seems like a no-brainer, but make the customer number one. There is an old adage in the world that says the customer is always right. And I heartily disagree with that. The customer is not always right. However, the customer is number one. They are why we're in business. If it wasn't for that customer, we would not be here. So be helpful. Answer the questions that they have in a timely manner. Build up that trust. While you're in the prospecting and lead phase, set clear expectations. They need to know who you are before they move forward, and you need to know who they are before you move forward. It's a dance. It's a date. Get to know them. You're not going to ask the date the first dance to marry you. You're going to want to get to know them. So you do that. Get to know them. Go that extra mile to make that selling experience amazing. Be that super romantic partner that goes the extra mile to make sure that the other partner is happy and ready and comfortable and wanting to move forward. And remember, ultimately, what you're selling is you. So you need to build that strong connection with your customer. You have to build that rapport with them. If you don't have a good rapport with them, they're not going to buy from you. People don't buy products. People buy people. The H to H, human to human. I don't like B2B, business to business, or B2C, consumer to business to consumer, because it puts a very surgical sterilization into it. It's just two businesses selling to two businesses. No, it's not. You are selling yourself. And I know we've all run into the aspect of like, we've gone in and we've done a pitch, and then we hear, well, a friend of a friend of a friend is doing this. But that friend of a friend of a friend, they're not buying what that friend of a friend of a friend can actually do. No, they're buying because of the relationship that they have with them. So you need a strong connection with them as well. So taking the time to listen to who they are, what their pain points are, understanding them is super important. So be personable and understand the pain points before you try to sell them. Again, this is a date. You're courting them. You're getting to know who they are. Do they like pizza or no? Do they like rock music or country music? So get to know your prospects. Don't just jump in there, boom, give me your credit card. All right? So that leads us into our next phase. What can we do to add value, both during the pandemic and after? So, impress for success. When you sit down and you think about it, think about your client's experience. Walk through it. Have a family member go through it. Have a secret shopper do it. Find out what the experience is. Make sure that you're getting and perceiving and giving that value to them and what that value is. So what kind of value are they getting from you and your business? What can you do to give them more value? Doesn't necessarily have to cost more. Doesn't have to eat into your profit. Or if it does, it doesn't have to eat in by much. But what can you do to give them more value? All right. Now, we've all heard this one, quality over quantity. So after you've gone through the process of bringing the prospect on, getting to know them, you should already know what they feel quality is. Quality leads, quality emails, quality whatever. So deliver your service or product on time or early if possible. Give them what they want and do it better than anybody else can ever do. Bringing them better value and always have them come back for more. I'm a big fan. I don't care about the first dollar. I care about their last dollar. Now, this isn't meaning that my clients are only dollars to me, but when I say I only care about the last dollar, I would rather sell a client a $500 service over a 10-year period, which is $60,000, give or take, versus a one-time sale of $5,000. The lifetime value is what I care about. And so I want to continuously give them better value so their lifetime value continues to grow with me. We also talk about this with our clients. And we tell our clients, you guys have to make sure the lifetime value of your client is big, it's affordable, it's profitable. The ROI is there. Well, the same applies to us. So quality over quantity. Now, there's a saying. There's only 3 ways that you can get something. You can get something fast, you can get something good, and you can get something cheap. But you can only choose 2 of those 3. So, no one likes to wait. And, it's been proven, especially in the last 18 months, that businesses that can deliver their goods and services faster than anybody else tend to be choosing more than businesses that are slower at delivering things. And if you think about it, it's true. We ourselves do it. When we go to a website, we want it to load quickly. We want it to load in less than 2.5 seconds or less. We want it to be quality when we open it up. So we have to be quick and we have to be good. We don't want to sacrifice the quality just to produce something faster, but we do want to produce it faster. A website taking 6 months to build just isn't feasible anymore. It's not profitable anymore. But that doesn't mean that it should take a day to build it. So really take the time to build something quickly, yet super, super quality. Your processes that you have in place will allow you to do this a lot easier too. The more processes and SOPs you have in place, the better your quality is going to be, because it's going to be delivered the same way over and over and over again, which means you can do it faster and it's still high quality. Going back to Ford, Henry Ford developed one of the first lines. He figured out a way that instead of having people move the cars around and continue going to different stations, if he puts people in a station and the car moves and another car comes up behind them, that the person putting on the lug nuts are going to be really, really good and be really fast about putting on those lug nuts. The person installing the seats, and that's all they install, are going to be really good at it. So have a product line that's productized, has processes going on, has your SOPs going on, standing operating procedures put in place, so everything is done the same way over and over again. Train your staff to produce it the same way over and over again. That way, you can do it fast, yet it can still be high quality. Now, another thing is, and it seems so duh, but you got to give them value. So when you step back and look at things, like how can you add the value to your product and service? Don't do the norm. You want to go that extra mile. Give something extra. Do something extra. Whatever it is, find out what's going to entice your customers and make them feel they're getting more than what they're paying for. So as an example, as of the end of 2019, we started doing gift boxes for our clients. So as clients came on board, we'd send them gift boxes. Depending on what their monthly recurring revenue was, would be the determining factor on what gift box they got. But they got gift boxes. And because of that, our clients really started feeling like they were valued. And if we found out that they loved coffee, then we hooked up with a company out of New York that sends coffee pods to their office. If we found out that they were big swag fans like me, and anybody that knows me can tell you how much I like the swag, we would send them swag. If they're audiobook fanatics like my wife, we send them audiobooks. You know, I want to use two examples. So of a company that was trying to court me to get us to come over and start using them or adding them into our sales process was Yelp. I received this amazing box from Yelp. It had all kinds of swag, had water bottles, stickers, things for my kids, all kinds of stuff in there. I wasn't a customer of them. I wasn't a client of them. But they gave me something that I found very valuable. And they made me feel loved. So I looked at it and I said, well, even if I'm paying $200 a month, I'm still valued by these guys. Now, I know psychologically, and being a sales expert, I know that they really don't care. But I felt like they did. All right? Another example is WP Engine. I got some swag from WP Engine. It just randomly showed up in my mailbox one day. A water bottle and some shirts and some other stuff. Flywheel's another one. Flywheel sends me swag all the time. I feel like I'm valued by them. And it's something that doesn't cost them much, but it's something that I find super valuable. Is it have a dollar amount to it? No, but I feel loved. I feel cared for. And so it makes me want to use them even more. So find out whatever that is for your customers and make them feel like they're getting more than what they're paying for. You know, there's an adjective, KISS. Keep it simple. And honestly, I want to drop off the S and I want to change it to keep it simple and easy. I don't think it should be keep it simple, stupid, but keep it simple and easy. There's a reason fast food is super popular. It's quick, it's easy, it's convenient. People love convenience. So make sure that whatever it is you're offering them is super easy for them to get access to and use. If it's a website, that's why a lot of us move from Divi to Beaver Builder, because it's easier for our end users, our end clients to use on the back end. So, and most times it's easier on the front end too. That's why a lot of us use different tool sets in reporting software, because it's easier for us to report. Well, we want to look at it the same way when it comes to our clients. So we want to make sure that the product and service is easy for them to get and use as well. It's super easy for us to get lost in our own world and lost in our own head and get very complicated with how we do things for our clients. But we have to understand and we have to remember that our clients don't think like we do. They're not marketers. They're not web designers. They're Joe Schmo, the roofing guy, the plumbing guy, the electrician, the lawyer. They don't look at their marketing and website the same way we do. So telling them that their website is terrible isn't gonna just make it easy for them to understand. You have to find that super easy way to explain it. And then you have to find that super easy way for them to be able to use it. Last, but definitely not least, is honestly, customer service is key. It really is. No matter what way you look at it, customer service is going to make it or break it for your business. And if you don't have good customer service, it doesn't matter how good your services are. People are going to leave. If they don't feel loved and cared for or listened to, much less, they're going to leave. Perfect example of that. I had a cable company, Dish Network, and I love their service. But every time I had to call in for something, it was so hard to get answers to my questions. I ended up leaving. It didn't matter how much I loved the cable. It didn't matter how much I loved the service. If I couldn't get them to answer me and respect me, then I couldn't respect them. And our clients are the same way. So you have to make sure that your customer service is at the top of its game. This is by far the most important team that you have, because these guys are the ones that are going to keep your clients or lose your clients. If you have a marketing team that works for you, freelancers or employees, and they screw up, the client most likely will be okay. You have a customer service rep that blows up at a client because they ask a question, you're losing that client. So make sure your customer service is where it needs to be at. It needs to be way better than what you think. It always improve on it. I mean, I tell you, GoWP, I love their customer service. If I have a question, Emily over there is just super quick to answer my questions. And there's several other companies out there that are just like it. And because of that, I value their services even more. I value what they can provide and what they do even more. Because not only do they do top tier services, their customer service is spectacular. So make sure your customer service is spectacular. Amazing customer service can save your business. It can also break your business. So again, I want to thank you guys for coming to this event and this talk. And I know a lot of what we talked about, really seems like duh moments. But hopefully putting it together this way, like these are all reasons we went back to basic at the beginning of the year. And these are all the biggest reasons why we continue to grow our business month over month and why we're still growing. So take these, implement them into your business and work with them. Take them, tweak them, make them your own. Figure out how best it can work for you and your business and everything else, and then go. Rock on. I know you guys got this. With everything that's been going on in 2020, don't let that affect how you do your business and how you're going to continue moving forward with your business. I want to thank you guys again for coming in. I'm very much appreciate you guys spending your 30 minutes with me. It's amazing. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. I look forward to hearing from you, seeing you guys, networking with you guys, and I look forward to it. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful day, guys.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Hill, for the video that you gave a lot of information. We did have a few questions come in during that. One of them was, what are some of the best tools that you can suggest for somebody to do their homework on a business's competition?
Yeah, so straight up Google's a good one. Find out what's in your area or international, if that's kind of where you're going for. And then start running some SEO competitor analysis on it. Use something like SEMrush or Moz Professional to start running and looking at where they're ranking, what kind of strength they have in the marketplace, how strong they are, how long they've been around, how long their domain's been around.
Okay, so Google is like a personal favorite of yours then when trying to do the competition research.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what kind of things do people need to look at when doing, like creating their customer avatar then? What kind of facts should they be looking at?
Yeah, so like when I build out customer avatars, or I do it for clients, I look at everything. Name, age, do they have children? Are they married? Are they male? Are they female? I build out avatars for both. How old they need to be. Is your perfect client the people that you respond well to? Are they in their mid-30s? Maybe they're the older generation, a younger generation. Get as super specific as possible. Troy Dean over at WP Elevation, when I first started training underneath him, his avatar went down to like the make of the car that they drove, where they went grocery shopping, things like that. So get as personal as possible, and that just gives you even more information to understand and more ways to really truly understand the psyche behind why they need to do what they need to do.
So really no details are too small to note it in when you're doing those client avatars.
100%.
Okay. So I know we had talked about building rapport and trust with the people that you're talking to, but on these, calls, you gave a few examples, but what's really a good way of getting that rapport built? And then how long do you let that go before you need to try to direct that call into more towards the sales instead of just kind of a chit chat session?
Yeah, we actually split our calls up into 3 different calls. So our first call is that 15-minute get to know session. Really, that's designed for the prospect to really grill us about our company and who we are, and it gives them a good feeling about who we are. The second call, it's a little bit longer. It's a 30-minute call. And then we do a little bit of grilling back and forth. We learn more about them. They still continue to learn more about us. And we're very transparent. We let them know we're as transparent as possible. They're used to marketers or web designers keeping things very tight and not talking about it, not talking about analytics, and not willing to give them good reports. And so when you talk about, look, we're going to lay it all out. It's your Google account. It's your Facebook account. It's your website. You get to see everything. That trust just already starts to build up more on that part. And then our third call is about a 45-minute to 60-minute call. We call it a strategy call. And that's the last time that we use to qualify. And if towards the end we feel they're qualified, we'll pitch them. And if we don't, we either refer them off onto another company that we feel they're qualified for, or we thank them for their time and just let them know they're not going to be a good fit for us. And ironically enough, more times than not, that actually makes them want to work with us even more.
So I know one of the things people struggle with is there's some people that, they're more than happy to share all of their problems with you, the whole life story. How do you get, for those other people, how do you get their pain points out of them so you know kind of what they're looking for and how to address that?
We'll redirect them. The first part of your calls and conversations, obviously you want to build a rapport and get to know them. But I really start redirecting them back to what their initial issues are on either the marketing side, web design, whatever the issue is. And, after all of that happens, then we really become friends. And I know more about my clients than I probably know about most of my extended family. But in the beginning, we keep that way by really having the call structured. They're 15-minute calls, 30-minute calls. The last call is the only one that's a little fluctuating between the 45 minutes to an hour. But we let them know, look, this first call, it's only 15 minutes long. I've got another call I got to do. And so I want you to be able to tell me what you need to tell me or ask me what you need to ask me and have time to do it. And by setting those expectations from the get-go in the emails, text messages, and then the beginning of the call, that allows us to usually hone in pretty deep on what their actual problem is.
Okay. And I know you had talked about getting niche-based. How do companies go about trying to figure out exactly what's going to be the best niche for them?
What they enjoy doing. If they were, I got into it. The first niche I went into was construction. It's what I knew. It's what I was known for. I owned a construction company. I knew the construction industry, which meant I knew the owners. I knew what roofers' problems were. I knew that they were getting scammed. I knew how to overcome those problems. And I enjoyed it. It was a physical reason why I could no longer do it, not because I didn't want to. So find what you love, and it should always be one of the first things you go for. And if you're just starting your agency and you maybe don't have industry that you're well versed in, find the people you like to work with. If it's on the medical side, if it's chiropractors, holistic medicine, whatever it is, every single niche has a certain personality, and find that personality that you enjoy working and being around. And that's kind of how you start your figuring out what niche you are. Get really good at it and then start expanding out from there.
Right. So you would take that niche once you figure that out and use that to kind of set your services, like pare down what it is that you do, so that way it's more focused on that, correct?
Yeah, because I would not go to somebody that owns a roofing company and offer them an app. So if I was an app developer, construction probably not a good niche for me. But if I'm a lead generation expert or a web designer, construction's not a bad one. So your services also have to match what they need for that. So either know what your services are, then build your niche around that, or vice versa. I knew my niche, and then I built my services around that. That's how I got into it, and still do it.
And you also talked about getting things done kind of quickly. How do you help set the client expectations when they want it, like that fast food, they want it super quick, but it is going to take, at least a little bit of time. How do you get them to understand that time will equal the quality for them? Because there are just some that that doesn't connect for them.
It's all about the dollars. We can produce anything almost as fast as somebody wants it if they're willing to pay for it. And when we have that conversation and they're like, we need this epic website built in less than 3 weeks. Sure, I've got the people to do it and I've got the connections to do it, but it's going to cost you probably about 10 times what it would cost you if you let me build that out in 5 weeks or whatever, so you can produce pretty much anything except for lead generation results on a very quick basis, all depending on what they want to spend. So like with fast food, you can go to Jimmy John's, get a sub really quick, but you pay for the quality of the food versus going to McDonald's. And that it's a little bit cheaper at McDonald's. It's just as fast, but the quality's not as good. So, we really they start having those conversations and we start backing them down. My sales team is really, really good at saying, look, our team is superhumans, but they're not that good. And to be perfectly honest, we would be doing you a disservice by promising you that and then even allowing our team to do that. So this is what we think that it should take and how long it should do. And if you need something faster, maybe we can do a hybrid project. Maybe we can get a couple of pages up for you really quick and then build out the rest of it over the time frame it needs to have. So we do try to match what they need, but we're also very realistic with them. I'm a very blunt person, and so is my team, on what they can and can't do.
And I have one last question for you. anybody who's ever been in customer service and just dealt with people directly, they know there's always that client, that one problem client.
Yep.
Do you have any tips on the best way to handle a problem client while, in dealing with them, trying to make sure that you keep that client, but yet keep your standards as well?
Fire them. Look, I don't have a problem firing clients. If they're rude to my staff, if they're belligerent to my staff, they cuss them out, they constantly have issues, they don't want to follow processes or SOPs to make it happen, I have no issues firing somebody. I will fire a client just like I'll fire an employee if what needs to happen doesn't happen. We try to save that client, but there's a point that you get to that you realize that you just can't. And it doesn't matter how profitable they are. We've had several that were super profitable for us that just because of the stress they put on the team, we let them go. We gave them their 30 days or 60-day notice and we let them go. Money's not everything. Your team is. So work with your team to figure out what's best. And if you got to let that employee, if the employee is not the problem, don't let them go. But if you got to let the customer go, then you have to let the customer go. It always seems that when you get rid of the one problem customer, you'll generally get two good ones back that usually pay more. So don't be scared to fire them. Even if you're tight on your recurring revenue, don't be scared to fire because they're sucking up more of your time and energy than even you know.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Hill, for all of your time today. You've given us a lot of really good information, telling us how to learn who our competition is, how to find customer pain points, and knowing more about your customer, building those avatars up. I know we've discussed, minimizing how much people offer, so that way, you're not kind of a jack of all trades, so you can be more specific, keeping everything niche focused. And, a big thing is remembering that the customer is number one, but that doesn't mean the customer's always right. You need to build that trust with them, learn what they need, build that rapport, and then that way you can give them more of the quality services versus a large quantity of them. Make sure everything is kept simple because you do have a lot of non-tech people out there that may need a little bit of hand-holding. So keep it simple for them. Just a lot of really good information today. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hi, and welcome back, everyone. So next up on the GoDaddy Pro stage is Robbie Adar. Robbie Adar, the CEO of OST Training Media, A-Team, specializes in web and media applications and strategies for clients. She also provides custom training and consulting for her clients. Robbie speaks at many tech conferences around the world about topics such as web development, website application development, AR, social media, and much more. Visit ostraining.com, mediateam.com, or robbieadar.com to learn more. Robbie's session is titled WordPress Theme Layout with Gantry 5. Stick around for a live Q&A session immediately after the session video, and please post any questions and comments in the chat. Have fun!
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello, I'm Robbie Adair, and today we're going to be talking about WordPress theme layout with Gantry 5. I want to thank WordFest having me as a speaker and a sponsor. I think this is a fabulous event that they have put together, and I'm so happy that all the proceeds are going to Big Orange Heart. I think that is a wonderful foundation doing some good work out there. Okay, so before we jump into the subject at hand, I just wanted to give you a brief background as to who I am. I'm Robbie Adair, and I do speak at a lot of events. I usually put those on robbieadair.com. That's my personal site. I also have an agency that I've run over 18 years, Media A-Team. We do websites and all types of media, video, you name it. And then also I own OS Training, which is an online web development training website where we've got video courses and books and a lot of tutorials in our blog. And we have a pretty active YouTube channel with lots of tips for you. So now let's take a look at what we're going to cover in this session. So first thing that we're going to do is we're just going to do a brief overview of Gantry Framework, what it is, because it might be something different to you than you've worked with if you've worked with a page builder, let's say, or just a standard theme. So let's take a look at an overview of it. And then I'm going to show you that there are some free themes that you can work with right out of the bat. So that doesn't cost you any money to start playing around with it and see if you like it. And then where you can, if you want to buy some higher end themes at the same people who do Gantry framework, they also sell some custom themes that are already designed with it. And I'll show you about that as well. And then I want to also cover terminology, because there might be some terminology that's a little different in the Gantry framework than what you are used to. So we'll talk about that. I want to show you how easy it is to make changes to try and match a design that you have already set in place and then turn that into a theme using Gantry. And then the last thing I'll do is I will also tell you about how to create a child theme. It's a little bit different with Gantry from your standard WordPress themes, but not everybody does this, I know, but I wanted to throw it in just in case you're one of those people. All right, let's jump in. So Gantry was created by a company called Rocket Theme. They had themes and templates and templates for graphs. So they had WordPress, Graph, and Joomla, and they had extensions and plugins. And so they were like, we have a lot of these pieces. And so how can we make this all easily combined? And so that was when they came up with the Gantry framework, is to try and combine that all into one, and also then have something that works across 3 platforms. And so first of all, it is open source, which I think is important. We're in an open source world here, right? There are 2 free themes. There's one that's very, very base, and then one that has a few more particles included in it. But those are absolutely free. And so you can start with those and start playing around with it. Rocket Theme offers some pay-for themes. And so you can, if you really like Gantry 5 and you embrace it, but you don't have the time, or you find a design there that works for what you want, you could purchase some of their themes. And the cool thing about this, or thing I think is cool about it, is that it is available on 3 platforms. So if you have a client who has a Joomla site and they also want a WordPress site or a Graph site, guess what? If you've got Gantry 5 in that Joomla site, well, you can use the customizations that you did with Gantry 5 there, and you can repeat that process with WordPress with very few little tweaks that you have to do. But overall, you can make them branded to look the same, which is really nice. So, because WordPress, you might want to have certain things in that, but maybe they have a legacy app built in Joomla or something. And so they don't want to lose that, and they don't want to rebuild it. So you can just leave that there, skin the way it is, skin your new WordPress site, and no one knows when they're going between those 2. And so it's really nice for doing a matching brand there. Or the same thing with Graph, if you need a flat file database CMS. So I think that's a really cool and unique thing about Gantry 5. So now, if my session inspires you to go out and start playing around with Gantry 5, first let's talk about where do you download it. So Gantry has its own website, gantry.org, and that is the framework. It is the free themes that I was telling you about for all 3 of the platforms that it comes in. Plus the documentation is there too, and I'll give you a direct link to that in just a bit. Rocket Theme is also a place where you can get the pre-built designs that are using Gantry 5 framework in the background. And so that way, if you find a design you like there, and even once you find a design, even if you need to manipulate it, it's very easy to do because it's in Gantry 5. But those are paid for themes, so I do like to tell you that those are paid for. But if you go to gantry.org, you can get a free theme of 2 different ones, helium and hydrogen, and you can download the framework all for free because it's open source, and we love open source. The other thing I want to mention is that if you want to, the Gantry engine can also be installed through the stores in either one of the CMSs. So in Joomla, you can go to the marketplace and you can just say, hey, I'm looking for Gantry, search for it, and install it through there. Same thing inside of WordPress. You can just say, I want to install a new plugin, search for Gantry 5, and you'll find it and you can install it that way. And then once you have Gantry 5 installed, you can install the themes and be able to activate them. So let's just talk a minute, though, about a new site versus an existing site for installation purposes. If it is a brand new website, obviously, first you're going to have to install your CMS. So first you need WordPress, obviously. And then what you're going to do is install Gantry, the plugin, Gantry 5. And then you will install one of the themes that you've picked, whether it be one of the 2 free themes or a paid for theme. Then obviously you want to activate or assign that theme to this site. Now, there's one other unique way. If you're doing a new site, on the gantry.org site, you will be able to download a rocket launcher. Now, a rocket launcher means they've already packed it all together for you. It's got WordPress in there, it's got Gantry in there, and it's got the theme in there. And so, again, this works if you're doing a new site, right? Because you don't have existing content. So you can use a rocket launcher. It'll ask you for a database. You connect it to a database, and it does all the magic for you and installs WordPress with your theme installed and ready to go. If you have an existing site, what you're going to need to do is what we talked about before. Install Gantry. You already have a CMS in place. Install a Gantry, install your theme, and activate your theme, and you're good to go. Now, the Gantry framework is a very large topic that I'm doing here in just a short little session. So what I want you to know is we're doing a good overview, but if you really decide to work on it and dive in, the documentation is going to be invaluable. And the documentation is well maintained and is well written. You can flip between the type of CMS that you need the documentation on. I usually always find the answer I'm looking for about gantry in their own documentation, which is always refreshing and not just somewhere out in Googleverse. So I do encourage you, if you're going to start working in it, to pull up their documentation so you can search through it when you get stuck on something. So the thing that's very powerful about Gantry is how customizable it is. Even just the WYSIWYG customization that you have back in the back end of it. So you can either pick some preset color themes if you want, or you can create your own color theme in there. You can also do layouts. You need 2 column on this page, 3 column on this page. You need a footer, and then you need a header area. You need a call out area. So you can do layouts in there with drag and drop and slider for percentages. So it's really handy. And then you also have the ability to create overrides, which is where it really starts getting cool, because the overrides have inheritance. So you can have a base outline, and then you can create overrides where you either inherit everything from the base outline, or you say, I want to inherit everything but these few areas. I need 3 column on this page or this type of page, because you have different ways that you can apply that. There are particles. So there's like built-in little things like, oh, I need to drop a menu over here, or I need a widget over here. So it gives you the ability to just drop those in on your layouts. There are particles that come with the theme, but you also can find particles out there that have been written by other people that are free and some that are for sale. Atoms. Atoms are, I like to think of this as particles you can see. They're things that we're putting on the layouts of the overrides. And then atoms are things we don't see. I need to put a Google Analytics on this. I need to pull in some JavaScript on this. So those are atoms, are the ability, give you the ability to put things on your outlines that are not seen. They're behind the scenes. So positions, whenever you're dragging these particles onto a layout, you're putting them in a position, and you can do that different on different overrides. So that gives you the power to create flexibility among the areas of your website. So assignments. There are different ways, once you create an override and make the modifications you want, that you can assign that to pages. So in other words, maybe it's a certain category in my blog I want to use this override for. I can do that. Maybe it's just one particular page. Maybe it's a landing page I've created this override for. I can assign it to just that one page. Or I might want to assign it to a certain tag. So there are different ways that we can assign these overrides, which is really cool because it allows us to say, hey, you know, in this area of my website, I want to use this override. For instance, maybe you have a learning website and you have classes. I want the classes to use this override, and then I want the rest of my site to look like the base outline. So it gives you a lot of flexibility on how you can assign these overrides to be applied throughout your website. Okay, so I do know there's great debate on creating child themes, not creating child themes for a while, and now I think most people don't create child themes, but there are still some people who do create child themes, and they do have a reason for doing that because they're going to work on core files that would be overwritten when they update their theme. Now, what I want to tell you about Gantry is kind of inherently in the way that you're building this, you really aren't going to touch those core files, or you probably aren't going to. So you probably don't need a child theme, but I wanted to cover it in here just in case. So the first thing you need to do is follow the standard way you would set up a child theme. You can follow the WordPress documentation. It's fantastic. Just follow it to a T. But Gantry is a little bit different. There's 2 files that you have to also make sure that you have in place for the child theme to work properly. This is also documented in Gantry's documentation thoroughly. So you can see what's exactly in those files and everything like that. So I'm not going to create one in here. I just wanted to let you know that if you want to create the child theme, you can, but there is an extra step besides just doing it the way you're used to doing it with the WordPress documentation. So I know just looking at slides doesn't really help you get a real feel for Gantry. So what I want to do is let's hop in the back end and let me show you the back end of Gantry and the theme and how it all kind of ties together what we just talked about on these slides. All right, we've got ourselves a simple little WordPress install here with not a lot of content. We are using the 2021 theme, as you can see. If we look on the front end, it's pretty basic. I've got just a couple of posts. There is actually a page, but it's pretty basic. So the first thing I'm going to do is show you how to install one of the Gantry themes. So we're going to go to our plugins, and we're going to add a new one. And we can just search for Gantry. You'll see there's Gantry 5 framework. Also note that Gantry 4 is still available, but I suggest using Gantry 5 if you're just getting started. It's the latest and greatest. Once we have it installed, we'll activate it. And here we go. We have the Gantry 5 framework. Now we need to go and install one of the themes. So let's head over to Gantry's website. We'll go to the download page, scroll down to WordPress, and then pick one of the themes. Now there's helium and hydrogen. If you look at the size of them, you'll see one is bigger than the other, obviously. The hydrogen theme is a very, very basic theme with barely any particles in it. So we're going to use the helium one so you can see more particles in our example here. So we'll download that theme. Let's head back over to our WordPress site and go to the themes. And we'll say we're going to add a new theme. We're going to upload, choose the theme that we just downloaded, and install it now. Once your theme is installed, let's go ahead and activate it. Now, as soon as you activate the Gantry theme, you're going to see that we actually had a new menu item appear, Helium theme. Now, let's just really quickly, though, head over to the front end of our website and refresh, and we'll see that this is now the theme we had. There's some built-in demo content inside of this. So this is Helium without us touching it. And as you can see, we don't have a menu selected. By default, it doesn't know, I should say, which menu you want to use. So we're going to head back here to the back. Let's start looking at customizing this. So we'll go into the Helium theme. Now, I mentioned that there are some presets. These are the presets that are right up here. So remember, our website is kind of a purple to blue. It's this preset. As you can see, it has a gold star on it. If I wanted a red look, I could simply just select this, save it, and refresh the front end, and you'll see now we have a red theme. So it's changing our whole color palette down here for all of the sections whenever I pick one of those presets. The cool thing is I don't have to pick a preset. I could literally come down here and do these myself, making them whatever custom colors I want. I'm going to go ahead and just pick up one of these other ones though, just so we've got something to start with. It's not quite so red. All right, so here's our theme that we've got going. Really quickly, let's take a look at the layout of the Helium customization panel here. First of all, we've got a drop down. We are in the base outline. There is also a particles outline here. So base outline, and then there's theme particles that we can make. There's a home particle. Let's take a look at this base outline first and see what all you can change, because normally you would set this up first. You can see you can do things such as setting your font family. You can set accent colors, your background color and text color. Those are the base ones. You can obviously override that. And then sections. Now, why are these in sections? Well, if we go up here and we look at the layout tab, you'll see that the layout is divided into sections where we can drag and drop, and we can move, manipulate percentages. But these sections have names, right? Featured, intro, utility. And on that styles panel, let's just discard that change. On your styles page, you saw those same names, right? Expanded, intro, utility, the same names. On the layout, we can actually drag and drop. So let's say, for instance, there is a branding particle. If I want to put branding on this, I would just simply drag and drop that branding down anywhere where I want it. Actually, I could even add it on a different row if I wanted to. So I could put it underneath. Now, what did I just put on this? If we go look down at the bottom, you'll see Powered by Gantry is what we just put on there. That is because that is the default for the branding particle. We'll look at this right here, particle defaults. So here is the branding. If I change this to Robbie, let's say, now that is going to change that particle to Powered by Robbie. Okay, so it's very simple to change our defaults here on the base outline so that when we drop these particles, they have the defaults. Now, I can always, if I decided when I drop one, I can always override on a different outline and change this if I wanted to. Now, the Content tab is exclusive for WordPress. It controls the way areas of your WordPress are affected by the template. For instance, maybe you want to exclude some categories in the query settings. So this gives you some flexibility in the way the Gantry theme is affecting your WordPress site. Page settings. Page settings are where we can set things, let's say for instance, in the background, let's call it that, where we can set things up that need to go in the code after the body or before the body. Maybe you have a pixel code for marketing and you need to put it before the body. You can simply drop that code in here. There's also atoms that we talked about earlier in our slideshow. Atoms are those behind the scene things. They're not seen like the particles are. Instead, let's say I need to put Google Analytics on my site. I can just simply drop an atom in there and fill in my GA code here. Simple. Anytime I want to get rid of a particle or an atom, I just simply drag it up to the top and I can delete it. The last tab here we looked at briefly, which are the particle defaults, and all of the installed particles do have defaults on this tab. All right, one last thing before we leave the base outline is I want to go and assign on the layouts our menu particle here. I want to give it a menu. Now, we've set up a menu already in this WordPress site called main. So you can see I was able to select the menu I wanted. I'll apply and save that. Let's go over the front end and refresh, and you'll see this no menu goes away, and now we have our little sample menu that we have. On the sample menu, we have a sample page. So this is what the default outline looks like. So the home outline looks like this. The interior page outlines look like this. So this is a page, and this is a blog page with all the categories showing. We have two categories, blue and red, underneath blog. Now, one more thing before we leave base outline that I want to do is I want to change out this logo. Particle defaults, we have a logo. The default logo is an SVG, so we're going to get rid of that. So let's select an image. Now I've already preloaded, so we didn't have to do it, but if you need to load in an image, down at the bottom is where you can upload. So let's select big orange heart. And then let's save this particle. So we just replaced the default logo with big orange heart. So let's refresh, and you'll see, there we go. That's our new logo on this. Okay, so what we're going to do now is make a new override or outline for this sample page. So let's take a look at how do we do that. First thing, remember this drop down shows us what outlines exist. We have the home particle one, right? But what we want to do is create a new one. So let's go to outlines in the upper right menu. This is where you can see the outlines that exist, and we're going to copy one of these. Let's just copy our base outline, and we'll call this its sample. And notice we can inherit everything about the outline, which is what we've done to start with. So our sample, if we go back to the setup and we switch to our sample outline, here it is. Now, if I were just to assign this one to that page right now, there's no difference. So let's do something different first. We're going to disinherit this section from the base outline. So we're going to say no inheritance here and apply this. I'm going to change this logo. So I'm going to open up the logo and I'm going to check. Whoops. First, let's go ahead and disinherit. And then let's open this up and let's change this logo to the WordFest logo. Apply and save that. One last thing that we need to do is we need to assign this override or outline to the page that we want to. So remember, on our main menu, we have a sample page. So we're going to select it, save it. Now refresh the sample page and you'll see we have a different logo. Now this bar is also dark. Let's change it on this one alone. And that is our navigation section. So we'll select that and we will say we would like to have a real light orange, let's say, just a pale orange up there. Refresh our page and you'll see we have a pale orange. Now our text actually gets a little difficult to read there, so I'm also going to change this default text to, let's do black. So you can see we have black text now and we have this pale yellow background. We have the WordPress logo. If I were to go to another page though that I have not assigned that to, they look like the default outline. And then the home looks like the home particles outline. So you can see how easy it was for me to change that. Let's do one more example here, assigning using the blog. So let's look at our blog. Remember, we have two categories, blue and red. I'm going to go back to my outlines and I am going to copy my sample outline. We'll call one red. And then we will copy it again and we will call one blue. So I'm going to open up my blue one first. I'm going to go to, the styles, and I'm going to change these overrides here. I would like to have the background be blue, and I'll go back to having white text on that blue because I think we'll need it to be able to see it. This time though, so let's save this blue outline and let's go to our assignments. So before we assign this directly to a page on our menu, this time we're going to associate it with a category of posts. So this is going to go to our blue category. So let's save that assignment. Now let's switch over to our red, and we're going to do a similar thing where we're going to change that background up there to be red. Ooh, that's very bright red. And we'll make white text on top of it. So we will then also go to our assignments. Whoops, let's save that before we leave. You'll notice it pops up and lets me know if I'm trying to leave a tab without saving. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to go down and assign this one to the red blog category. Now, what happened here? Let's look. If we go to our blog, nothing's changed because we have the default outline associated with this. But if I were to dig in and say, I want to see all of the blue category, guess what happens? I have a blue bar. I want to see the red category. I have a red bar. So as you can see, it was very easy for me to create different looks over different sections of the website. I know these were pretty simple examples that I was giving you, but I think it gives you a feel for the way the inheritance and the overrides work inside of these outlines. Okay, one more thing that I want to show you about Gantry that I think is kind of nifty is inside of Gantry, we also have the ability up here in the upper right hand corner to modify our menus somewhat. Now I only have one menu, but if I had multiples, I could drop down and select the one I wanted. Let's say, for instance, we want our blog, as opposed to just being a text menu item, we want it to have an icon. So we could go in here and let's say we're looking for a pen. So we can pick a pen. We can even make it a double the size. So you can see our size right here. It's giving us an example. So we can save this, apply and save. And you can see a preview of it here, but let's just go look on the front end. And you can see there it is. Now we can also, with that, like a lot of times people may want to have the home icon without having the word home to give themselves more room. You can come in here and say, I want icon only on that. And you'll see now our blog link is simply an icon that takes us. Works exactly the same, but it's just an icon. One other cool thing about Gantry menus is you can actually put widgets or particles on the main level, or if we had sub-levels, we could even do it on drop downs. But for right now, we have one level. So let's drop a particle down here and let's select the date particle. Save it and refresh. Now I do have that out of order here. So I can just simply put that one to be the last one. Save that, go back and see, and you'll see what we have is now the date is the last thing on there. Okay, well, that's what I've got today for you. I hope you enjoyed that. And if you haven't ever played around with Gantry, I encourage you to go and download Gantry 5, download a theme, install it, play around with it, and just see what you think. It might be the answer you were looking for if you were having problems with your current theme and layouts. I don't know. So I hope this does help. And then also, if you need to get in touch with me, you can always find me on Twitter, like I said before, or one of my business websites. If you go to OS Training and drop us a line, somebody will get back in touch with you if you had some questions on this. Thanks again to WordFest for having me speak, and I hope you enjoyed the other sessions. There's a great lineup for you to enjoy.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hi, Robbie. Thanks. That was a lot of information, and really good information at that.
Yeah, I know it was a lot to do in 30 minutes there, but
I know, but it was really interesting. I haven't seen that one before, so that was a lot of good tips in there. We did have a question though. What requirements are there for the PHP to be able to use the Gentry 5?
Actually, I'm so glad you asked because Gantry 5 uses Twig in there. And so Twig, they're using the latest version of Twig, and the latest version of Twig requires 7.4 PHP. So definitely you want to make sure that you're on the latest and greatest with PHP if you're going to run Gantry 5 themes because of this, just because of Twig, really, because they're using the latest version.
Okay.
Sweet. Another question that came in, can you inherit from a different outline aside from the core outline? So from a different group or whatnot?
Yeah, so actually that's a great question because in the demo that I didn't mention it, but when I went to the outlines to create a new override, the one I duplicate from is the one I'm going to inherit from. So when I duplicated from core, I'm going to inherit all the sections from core. Whereas let's say, for instance, you had already created an override that was a blog structure where you had maybe you had left-hand and right-hand column, whatever you wanted to put together there. But then you wanted to do what I did in that, where you had a copy that was a different color.
Mm-hmm.
Then you would copy when you go in to create a new override, you would copy the outline that was blog. And then that one would inherit everything from blog. So the cool thing about that is, say you had 4 of those so they could be different colors, but then you decide later on, you're like, I don't want that left column over there. If you just take it out of the core, then all of the others will inherit that change.
Nice.
And does that work with the outlines as well? Can you inherit from the different outline, or it's just from the core outline?
So yeah, you would do it the exact same. Well, I take that back. So the way I just described it was me creating a new override. So what you're saying is if I have an override and I was inheriting from the core, I could actually edit. I can change who it inherits from inside of that particular outline as well. So you have inside of that override. So you have flexibility. Either when you're first setting it up, you can pick, or if you pick the wrong one, you can always change it and you can inherit a different section from a different override.
That's nice. So you're not always stuck with it.
No.
Cool.
Wait, so you can create the different layout outlines then?
Yes. And so sometimes I know a lot of people, when they start working in there, they're like, hey, I want to move, like you've got a lot of sections. Whenever I was going to that layout area, there were sections like utility and featured and things like that. And people are like, well, I would like to have utility and another one down below the main content area. But there's not an outline setting that looks like that. You can actually go and create a new XML file. So you do have to mess around with files, I understand, but you could just duplicate from one of their others, edit the XML file, and then you can move the blocks around in there. And it's pretty simple when you look at it, because it's a very structured XML. But if you're not familiar with that, again, go to the Gantry documentation, because they have a great description in there of how you can create new outlines for yourself with XML. And then when you go up there to create a new override, you'll see your outline is available for you to select that has those modifications in the XML.
Nice. Can you access any menu in the Gantry particle? And can you have multiple instances of that menu in one layout?
Yes. And so Gantry's kind of unique in the fact that I could, you saw I dragged over a particle that was called the menu particle. I had set the defaults for the particle, menu particle to go to main. So if I just drag and drop that particle on there, and I could drag and drop it 3 or 4 times on there if I wanted to, but I would have main menu on there 3 or 4 times. I might not want that. But you could drag it over, you could go and disinherit just the menu that it's selected, and then you could drop down and pick a different one. So you could literally go in there and go, drag this menu particle here, drag a menu particle down at the footer, drag another menu particle over in the sidebar, and then I want to show the side menu over here. I want to show my footer menu down here. And so I've got 3 menus laid on there using Gantry particles, but accessing different menus in those.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So I know a lot of designers, they end up having, the clients take over the websites and everything. Is this one of those that could be user-friendly for them? Or is this one of those lovely websites that help you encourage a care plan? Because it's like, well, you might not understand this.
Well, okay, so that is an excellent question. And part of what I was talking about, how there's different ways to do things, I could actually, as opposed to me placing those menus just as Gantry menu particles, Gantry allows me just to place widget areas, right? And then you could make a widget for the menu assigned to that area. So if your client's going to want to take over the site and they're not familiar with Gantry, but they're familiar with WordPress, you may want to set up that outline more where someone who just knows WordPress can manage everything after you've got the basic structure set up there. On the flip side of that, let's say your client's not very familiar with WordPress, but they still want to do some things themselves, but you're worried they might break some things. Well, dropping those gantry menus on there, you're placing those menus for them. They didn't have to make a widget. They didn't have to assign the widget to that area. So you can make it so that they can still work in WordPress, but not have to really touch the whole framework that you've put together and where you've put things on that framework. So it kind of depends on the client. But definitely to answer that question about should we encourage the client to do a maintenance plan? Always. I mean, always, right? I always tell my clients, do you want to be a web developer or do you want to run your business or whatever it is, right? And so definitely they may want you to help them maintain it anyway, even if they're doing certain things. I want to make posts. Okay, you go make posts. I'll take care of everything else, whatever it might be.
Oh, well, very cool. Well, yeah, that's all the questions I had for you. Teresa, was there any others that I missed?
I just had one. With the Gantry 5, I know there's a lot of people who do a lot of the drag and drop themes, like the Beaver Builder. I know Divi's kind of gone more out of the way, but what really pushes Gantry 5 over the top? I know Beaver Builder is super popular, so what kind of like gives it that edge over the rest of them?
Elementor, things like that.
So those are page builders too, and they're where you're like dragging things around on there, whereas this is more of a framework where I'm setting the structure for them in there, and then they're just going to use, if I want to do something inside of the content area there, I could lay that out with my blocks in Gutenberg. So it's not quite the same to me as those page builders. The thing that I kind of think also sets it apart is the multi-platform. Now, this is also because I've worked in Joomla as well all these years, so Joomla and WordPress, and then there's also Grav if you need a flat file CMS. And so because of the fact that I could design this and have all my custom CSS or Sass, because it uses Sass. I don't think I mentioned that in there, but they do use Sass, and it has a compiler built into it, so you can edit the Sass and it compiles on your server. And then you can take those customizations that you've done here on a WordPress site and then move those files over to a Joomla instance that has Gantry 5 in it. And you basically can match these. It's pretty close anyway. You have to do a little bit of tweaks, but overall it looks seamless. And I did mention in my session, I think what we have a lot of times, we actually are doing one this last couple of weeks, we've been working with a client where they had a Joomla site and they have a very robust application that was built with Fabric in it. And they don't want to lose that, but it's a nonprofit and they have a lot of people who now are going to be coming in. They don't know anything about the website but they do know WordPress, and they're just really managing the whole public end. And so that we're doing with WordPress and Gantry 5. And then we've got the Joomla, the old portal site is what we'll call it now, that just is pure app now, right? So all of the public side for them is managed through the WordPress. And so it makes it very easy and simple for them to go in and make all of their updates and changes on their website on the public side of things.
Does it add a lot of weight to the site to use Gentry? So site speed and SEO issues, anything like that?
Overall, Gantry is pretty fast. And I don't have any metrics for you. I was afraid somebody would ask that, and then you wouldn't ask it. Yeah, so I don't have any metrics for you. Is it going to be as fast as I've just made myself a little custom lightweight theme that, is not using any page builders or any frameworks or anything? Probably not. I mean, it is a framework that's in there. But overall, it has Sass. It's compiling everything down for you. You can actually remove things if you don't want them. So they're not loading in a lot of things that you don't need to, because I showed you how you can put atoms in there when you want to load in scripts. Well, if you only need that script on a certain page, a lot of people just put it in their header and it loads throughout the entire site. That's slowing down their site. With Gantry, you can create an override and load that script only on that page or those pages that use that override. And so there are some things that you can actually optimize with. The other thing is Gantry has a development mode too that will help you when you're working on it. You can turn that on, and so then it's not caching as hard, but it does have caching, and so it's going to use your caching as well.
Okay. Yeah, cool. I like it.
Oh.
So I'm going to check it out for sure.
Awesome.
I won't break it, but hey, I'll check it out.
Yeah,
like I said, it's free, so just play around.
That's right.
I don't have any other questions. Do you, Jamie?
Nope.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Robbie, for all of your time. We greatly appreciate it. A lot of great information on using Gantry 5 and a lot of the advantages for it. We hope you have a wonderful evening. Thanks so much for joining us.
All right,
And
thank
if you guys
you.
have any other questions for Robbie, make sure you reach out to her on her social. And we'll catch you later, Robbie. Thanks again.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd